Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Alrighty, good morning. Happy Thursday to you. Had to check to make sure I had my math right. Good morning. This is going to be an amazing day, or it could. Let me preface that with this could be an amazing day. This may be the day you do not want to miss, but then again, maybe not. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. It is so good to be here with you this morning. I'm so excited. We've got a couple things lined up. Hopefully there's some people who might be able to dial in, to call in, to connect. Some of those are still in flux. I'm not sure if the schedules are going to line up. So maybe it'll just be me and you, and that's enough. But there's a good chance also we might have a few special guests today. So that being said, I feel extra tall. Do I look? Is that better? I just got shorter. That's good. Okay. I know that this might be a surprise to many of you who were in chat earlier. But let's see. Golden Mom. Golden Mom's the winner of the internet today. And some of you say like, no, wait, I was first. Golden Mom was so early that yesterday when I accidentally posted this live, she jumped in and said, hey, y'all. And yes, her chat disappeared because everyone went to bed. And when everyone leaves the chat room, it sort of clears itself over time. It just, vacates the chat room and went away. But Golden Mom officially was first, I believe, in chat. And so I apologize if there was some miscommunication about that or if some of you feel cheated in some way. I do appreciate every one of you. There will always be another day to win the internet, but today it is Golden Mom's Day. So Myra, if you can go ahead and give her the Standard Operating Procedures Handbook from your desk, that would be great. Myra is, of course, our CEO of the internet, having won it so many times in a row. But Golden Mom, I know you've done this before, so keep up the good work. We look forward to you doing that today and making sure everything happens smoothly and everything. Here's what we've got. I'm not sure. We want to connect with Nicole Goodman. She is on the West Coast, which means it's still very early for her. So I don't know if she's going to be able to join us before the live stream starts, before the court feed starts, or if maybe we have to connect at another time. But I've also reached out to Brandy Churchwell and talked with her to see if we can get her on and just get her take. She was one of the other people who made an amazing chart before the state came out with a timeline. So we have our very own Amber, and we love Amber. Vixen's done some amazing stuff on that. Likewise, Brandy did a similar chart about the same time period before the state came out with anything. And so it would just be fun to get her take. She also has a really funny story, at least I find it funny, about how this all came to be and why we know her name. And I won't spoil it for you now, but if we can get her on, we'll share that, and that'll be a lot of fun. She's another document hound, I think, judging for what I found out about her. And it sounds like a great person as well. I think she'd fit right in here. So I've invited her as well. If we can connect properly, we'll get her on. Otherwise, it might be down the road, maybe during verdict watch. Okay. Good morning. I am so excited. I need to get my water before I forget, because I'm going to forget to drink all day long. There is some scuttlebutt on the street that Alex Murdaugh may testify in his own defense. And if that happens, it's going to be today or tomorrow. We've heard already from his lawyers Alex Murdaugh stole it. We've heard already from his lawyers that they're discussing that with him, and the decision has not been made yet. I think the decision's been made now. As of now, I think we'll find out. So I think today, if Alex doesn't testify, we'll at least find out if he does. And either way, before he testifies, the judge is gonna openly talk to him. We're going to see that. We're going to sit in and listen as the judge says, hey, you have this right. You don't have to. If you do, That's all right. If you don't, that's all right. If you don't, I'll tell the jury you don't have to. And if you do, I'll tell the jury, hey, he's allowed to. That's all good. The problem that Alex has with testifying, and sorry, we're going to have a break right mid-thought as I get ready to pour the water in the cup here. ASMR moment, if everybody's ready. Hold on to your hats or whatever. All right, there we go. The problem, now I'm ready. The problem Alex has is that he has other charges outside of this trial that he's facing. Pending charges. A lot of pending charges that are enough to put him away for the rest of his life if he's convicted of it. And if he gets on the stand, he waives his right to self-incrimination. So basically, he can.
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Good morning, Samantha Terry. Thank you so much. I know I've skipped roll call today. I do apologize. I just want, there's so much to talk about like right now. I don't know if I can do roll call before the judge starts. But happy Thursday to you, Samantha Terry. Thank you so much for your support. You are absolutely incredible. And she follows it up with a gifted membership as well, just to top it off. And it looks like Concert VIP. Congratulations. You were just gifted a membership by Samantha Terry. Thank you, Samantha, for your generous donations, both of them. So Alex's problem is he has these other pending charges against him. He's got all these financial charges, 99 or so, that carry a maximum penalty of life in prison without parole. In addition, he's got I think another 7 that are IRS tax-related charges. All of them very serious. All of them can carry a maximum penalty, a considerable jail time. That basically would mean he would never see daylight again if he was convicted on all of those with maximum penalties. So if he takes the stand to defend himself here, it hurts him there. If he doesn't take the stand here, it hurts him here possibly. There are so many questions that need to be answered, and this is the variable we don't know. Earlier in the trial, we saw Mark Tinsley get on the stand, another lawyer, a friend of Alex, okay, sort of I would say an equal to him as far as what he does. Is very very similar style. This guy was incredible on the stand. You could not corner him. You could not trap him in a corner. Verbally, you could not get him to do anything you wanted. He could weasel his way out of anything. And if Alex has the same skill, word-wise, as Mark Tinsley, he could be incredible on the stand. He could be amazing. And no matter what Creighton or anybody else comes at him with, he could dodge, he could deflect, and he could steer things exactly the way he wanted to, much like Mark did when he was on the stand. That's a possibility. If that's the case, and obviously his defense knows better than we do, if that's a skill that he has, I think he'll testify. Because I think he thinks that he can manipulate the jury using his words, using his emotions. We would definitely see, I think, a similar emotional reaction than we've seen all through court that would show this time verbally, because he can now audibly he can make noise instead of just doing the silent cry thing at the desk and the nodding. We would have his voice, his inflection as he's trying to speak through that, and suddenly the jury would associate that reaction with everything they've seen so far. And if they believe the reaction on the stand is real, they'd be like, holy cow, this is what he's been doing all the time. This is how he's been feeling all the time. I think he has a lot to win if he testifies. He has a lot to lose as well. And so really it is up in the air. And I think his ego is going to win out, and I think he will testify. If he does, we expect him to testify after his brother, John Irvin, who is John Irvin's lawyer was in court with him yesterday. So we know that he's expecting to testify soon. He'll probably be in court with him again today. And so we'll probably see John Irvin followed by Alex Murdaugh. That's what we're thinking as far as that goes. Let's see. I wanted to share something. Eric Bland on Twitter shares this. He says, lots of scuttlebutt that Alex is going to testify either tomorrow or today or Friday. He sent this yesterday. If there ever was a higher wire act, this would be it. If he admits to the charged financial crimes, he will be immediately prosecuted to the full extent of the law after this trial, and his testimony will be used against him. If he takes the fifth, you've heard of I plead the fifth, the right to not self-incriminate yourself when he takes the stand. If he gets up there and says, I plead the fifth, I'm not going to respond to that question. if he takes the Fifth Amendment and exercises his privilege against self-incrimination, an adverse inference jury charge will be given by the judge to the jury. Adverse inference jury charge. What that charge means is that Judge Newman will say to the jury that Alex Murdaugh has the right to exercise his Fifth Amendment constitutional right against self-incrimination, but by doing so, you can draw the negative inference that the reason he did it was because if he testified truthfully, it would be detrimental to his interests. It's like a double whammy. If he does answer, it hurts him, and if he tells the truth, it hurts him, and if he says, I plead the Fifth, it hurts him. That's why, he's got this huge decision to make. But it's all going to depend on how well he can manipulate. I'm not saying he's, I think he is, but I'm using that word not in a derogatory term. How well he can shape and carry and focus the jury onto the facts and the evidence that he wants to present, and how well they'll buy his story. So if that is something, if he's a charmer, like K-Frame says, he's so slimy, I hope no one is charmed by him if he gets on the stand. If he's a charmer and the jury absolutely falls in love with him, the state has a big problem on their hands. Anyway, John Marvin. Did I say something else? Who did I say? John? It's John Marvin. Who did I say? What name did I say? I have to go back and find out who I randomly called out and said they would be testifying. I thought John Marvin in my head. All right, we'll figure it out. Sorry, thanks for catching that. Sometimes my mouth gets ahead of my brain, and I just spit things out that are just not true, and I apologize. Let's see. Can't make you give up one right to exercise another. I said Irvin. Okay, I meant Marvin. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Dilly and Red Pen. Red Pen pointed out earlier that thank you so much, she said, or Red Pen, he said, for changing the thumbnail on this video. And I just thought, with such a big event happening today, with Mr. Murdaugh taking the stand in his own defense, we need to have his very own thumbnail to celebrate that. So that's why we did that as well. I think it is an improvement as well. I've spent a little bit more time on it. Okay, I'm just checking to see who we have in chat briefly. Let's see, I said John Irvin. Sorry about that. Whoever John Irvin is, don't worry. You have not been subpoenaed. You have not been subpoenaed. It's the other guy with a similar name, John Marvin. Okay, Joan, watching from Wisconsin. You must have a lot of snow or cold. I've heard so many of you saying you've got just absolutely walloped with weather. And Weather Watch is to blame, and I'm just looking to see if he's laying low. Oh, here he is. He's here. Good morning, Weather Watch. I'm sorry you're not very popular. It's funny because before the storm comes, everyone wants to talk to you, and then after the storm comes in, they're like, not that guy. You see what he did? Thomas, hope you're having a good day. We've got Zoom up. I heard that peeps. We've got Zoom up right now. So if we want to have anyone connect to us, we're going to make that possible. Baron says hello from Bodrum, Turkey. Baron, welcome. I think that's the first person we've had from Turkey. Hopefully you're doing great. Thanks for checking in for that part of the globe. It's an exciting trial worldwide. It's exciting. So thank you very much for being here. I don't remember who gifted you the membership, Owl, but I think it was yesterday, and there was a whole flurry of membership gifts yesterday, and so a lot of you are in green by surprise today. So welcome. Please take your seat, of course. Okay. Hello from Denmark, Morten Andersen. Good to have you here as well, Morten. Lots of people from around the world watching. Virginia Beach, 68 degrees. I don't mean to brag, but I'm 69 degrees here in North Carolina, Mutt. A little further south, we're expected to have like a heat wave today. I know it sounds like I'm rubbing this in for a lot of you, but it should be upwards of about 82 degrees. I have my air conditioner running right now, trying to stay cool. Let's see. Good morning to all of you. Kansas, nice temp. It is beautiful. Fall says, shut your mouth. -6 degrees. Thal, I I love cold weather. I mean, you've heard I love ice fishing. I've missed it these last 4 years. I've been in North Carolina, but the weather here is fantastic. Other than there's no ice fishing here. So I feel sorry for you, man. But at the same time, you can go out and you can drill a hole and you can fish for all you want. And for me, that would be heaven. But obviously for you, that's probably not how you want to spend the day. Tons of people here. Ice-covered streets. Oh, my goodness. 73 in Cincinnati. Is this not today? What is this, France? Is that France? I don't remember my geography teacher would wrap me on the knuckles with a ruler for this. Not today. Is that the French flag? Let's see. A lot of people in North Carolina do not miss. I do not miss the warmer weather. Ice fishing is very cool. I love it. Especially once you have about $2,000 worth of ice fishing gear, it suddenly becomes a lot cooler because then you stay warm, and you also have the ability to see what's happening under the ice, whether it be cameras or sonar type stuff. It's really cool that way. Let's see what we have happening here. I think Mr. Murdaugh's just his Uber's here, showing up to court. Let's see if he's wearing something nifty. Morning, Alex. Welcome. Okay, it's the Netherlands. Okay, sorry about that. I think the colors have to be upside down or out of order for it to be France. So I apologize, not today. Welcome from the Netherlands. France's vertical stripes. That's it. It's a 90-degree change. Cam under the ice. Yeah, I love that. I had a camera and what's called a flasher. A flasher for ice fishing is it's colored lights and beeps and whistles, but it is amazing. It can tell you everything that's happening underneath you in the water. Ice fishing's on the bucket list for Dilly Pickles. Sounds good. Not today, though. Not today. We've got court. I think Alex and his family must be of Scottish descent with that hair color and that name. It's a bit of a giveaway. I wonder what his ancestry is. I would not be surprised with a bit of Scottish in him. Let's see. He has nothing to lose. I don't know. He's going to lose something in some case if he tells the truth. Now, if he gets up there and he tells the truth, that's me inferring that the truth is that he killed them, and that's not fair. He's innocent until proven guilty. If he gets up there and tells the truth about the financial crimes, which I believe in my heart of hearts that he's guilty of, he's going to go away on those charges. So he does have that to lose, and if he gets up there and pleads the fifth. Maybe he can plead the fifth about the financial charges, get a negative inference, and then speak about the murders. So maybe that's an option. Okay. Check out Joe Robinette. His high-tech ice fishing vid. I'll have to look at that one. I like ice fishing videos. He's already admitted to some financial crimes, to some of them, not all of them. Okay, this is going to be an interesting day, Brown Barn. It definitely is. Super excited about this as we just get set up. I'm going to pull in the live feeds now. I need to turn that off. Okay, just 1 second here while I work my magic behind the scenes. There we go. That one's waiting. I think we're good. Got zoom up. I need to pull. I need double G in. Okay. I think we're good. I'll have 2 feeds going today. Thal says, had a CPAP fitting test for my sleep apnea. They make you sleep with a mask on. And you guys have been holding out on me for 20 years. Is it that good? Is it that good, Thal? Because I might need one myself. You never know. I might snore just a wee bit. And my wife thinks I should breathe more often than I do when I'm sleeping.
And now Murdaugh stole it.
Alec Murdaugh says steal it. Let's see. Lee, are ice fishing videos more interesting than grass growing videos? I personally think they are. But some videos, if you're not ice fishing properly, they're worse than grass growing videos. There's a skill involved. It has to be there. 4 hours of sleep, and I felt like I was in my 20s again when I woke up. It's that good of sleep. Well, that's a recommendation I might have to follow, though. Awesome. Best sleep ever. Now, we've got some definite CPAP fans here. I might have to pursue this. Okay. All right. Okay, so we don't have a feed from the courtroom yet. We're just getting started. I'm trying to see if we can get this connection back and forth. And so far, no good. All right. I guess we can do another poll now that we've talked a little bit about Alex Murdaugh testifying. I'd like to see what you guys think, having heard what I've shared and watched a little bit of the different live streams. It's incredible to discover this difference between sleeping and resting. I've only been resting a little bit of shut eye. Who wants to talk about someone being scammed out of $800 trying to buy a golden doodle puppy, asking for a friend? Oh man, bite me. I feel for your friend. I think your friend is a little closer than your friend, but I am sorry. That's no fun. Let's see. Okay, poll is up. Okay. Philips Armana View minimal contact face mask. You can't even feel it when you fall asleep. Professor Phil Bill says, having lost a child and the never-ending grief. I'm sorry, Professor Phil. I apologize for that. I just can't fathom how a person would kill their own child to save embarrassment. You and me are probably very similar, Phil. That's something that just doesn't, it's not a natural conclusion I would come to. But probably you and me also would have a problem stealing from our best friend who's dying of colon cancer, or stealing from 2 kids whose mom just died. Our value system is probably different to the degree that we would not reach the same conclusions that Alex has made in his life. So clearly he has a different set of values that he bases things off of. And if he can justify some of those other things, it makes it easier for me to believe that he could reach a conclusion different than I would in that situation. Michelle, you're late, but you're here. It's good. Laura has an appointment. I'll probably miss him testify. I hate adulting. We'll save the live stream for you. You can watch it on the replay, Laura. How about that? I'll make a special deal just for you. Good morning, all. Good morning, Color Me Abstract. Good to have you here with us. Good morning, late with the tinfoil hat. Thank you, Dallas. Appreciate it. Let's see. Alex wants to know for a friend if he should testify a similar case. I believe rarely should the accused testify in their own defense. You're walking into a trap. You know is a trap. You know, it's like the Star Wars line, it's a trap sort of thing. Yeah, that's what you're walking into. You know that there are people who have been practicing, very experienced people who've been practicing and studying your life, all the facts, the details, of everything that went on in this situation, and they're going to spring something on you from different angles. It's almost impossible to prepare for. If you are 100% innocent and you have all the facts to prove it, maybe. But otherwise, I would say it's probably not a good idea to testify in your own defense. I want to see him testify because I think it will be amazing to watch. It may not be in his best interest to do so, but I think his ego also wants to see him testify. Roxy Moser just gifted 5 memberships. Hopefully you've got that gift setting turned on for the channel to accept gifts on this channel. Looks like SB, who was gifted a membership by Roxy. Kimdra Saunders, May, Joelle, and Mountain Mama. Congratulations. And thank you. Thank you very much, Roxy, for the generous donation. Appreciate that. I'm late. This is my fine. Roxy, you never have to pay a fine. You never have to pay a fine. But thank you so much for the donation. You're amazing, and it's much appreciated, I'm sure, from the recipients as well. Misty's going to be in the dentist chair soon. Do you like that sound, the drill? I find it somewhat soothing when it's not happening in my mouth. The sound itself does not bother me. It's not like nails on a chalkboard. But hopefully your dentist visit goes well and the swelling is minimal. I want to see it, but it's a bad idea for him, says Michelle Phillips. Who is first witness today? I think we're going to have did we finish our last expert? Yeah, we did, because we ended a little bit early. I think we're going to have another expert. It's got to be another expert. And possibly our last expert. We've had so many, I thought we'd have more experts, but so many of them, 2 of them have been like experts in 3 or 4 fields. It's impossible. Vainbread says, it looks so far it looks like Alex is walking too much RD. Reasonable doubt is what's going to save him, I think, in this case. We've got some video from the courtroom, but it just looks like this, just so you know. We've got the audio turned on, so if the bailiff yells, you're going to hear it. So we'll hold on right there. Let me turn up the bailiff's volume. There we go. We want to get the full bailiff experience this morning when we get yelled at. I think John Marvin will be first, says Golden Mom. He's definitely going to go before Alex. Per his attorney, Alex Murdaugh will be testifying today. TW, where does that, did Jim tweet that? Did Jim tweet that out today? Oh, man. Let's see. Okay, I'm just trying to check and see. I know they're expected to testify from a lot of people, but I haven't heard the official word. Where are you guys catching that yet? Or so far? Calm down, buddy. All fines are paid to Mrs. R.A. It's tribute for letting you come out and play. This is the truth, Thal. She is so much better than me financially. If it were not for her, I don't know where I would be financially. She's amazing. I think she can go back in our records and track every penny we've ever had come into our marriage since we got married. Flobby Jobby, welcome to the gallery. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate your support. This is a fun place to be, and as you know, because you just joined, what you didn't know is that now that you're here, we'll never let you leave. We're going to just wrap our arms around you, adopt you, and take you home. And you will be here forever. So I hope you like it here. Thank you so much. Let's see. Did Jim tweet that? I did not see anything on Jim's Twitter account. I am following that. Myra is okay. We saw her yesterday. I think she's doing great. I haven't seen her yet this morning. Might be just a little bit before she pops in. Sometimes she likes to sit back and just, do as CEOs do. You sort of just supervise and make sure everything happens the way it should. James from Court said Alex and John are both expected to take the stand today. I was tweeting him this morning about that. I told him I'd trade him places. If he could come run my live show, I'll sit in court for him. Not sure if he'd want to take me up on that. Scroll up on the last comment above Roxy's membership gifts. Let me look at that. Amber, let me find that here. Up we go. If you've got sleep apnea, then you've not been resting. With sleep apnea, you go from stage 1 to 2 straight to stage 5, deep sleep, and skip REM stage 3, which is where you rest and dream. Okay, so I have dreams, crazy dreams. Because last night, just a little side story. Last night, I'm sitting here at my desk. I was working on the thumbnail for today. I'm sitting here. I hear bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, 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 boom, bang, bang, bang. I'm like, oh, good. There's a shootout down the road. And it was like 5 to 7 shots each, and definitely 2 different calibers of guns. I don't know if it was at each other or side by side. But I'm like, okay, there's the shooting again. It's happening. And it sounds like it's probably, no further than, from Alex Murdaugh's house to the kennels, distance-wise, because it was fairly clearly audible. But it's, I could tell the direction it was coming from. So I jumped on our community page and just said, hey, do you guys hear that? And I was like, I heard it here, I heard it there, I heard it there. So it was not just me, but apparently after lots of shooting goes on in the neighborhood, I don't sleep very well, and then I dream about it. So there's your Scott story. I had nightmares about people shooting in my neighborhood, which apparently was actually happening. Fiber guy was duking it out with the DSL guy. I hope the fiber guy won 6-volt bus. I'm waiting for that fiber any day now. Was it a shotgun at a 300 blackout? I would say it was none of it was a 22. I would probably say it was either like probably like a AR style rifle and a pistol. So I'd say 9mm and an AR, because the booms were, well, it wasn't a boom like a shotgun. They were both anyway. It was two different guns, definitely two different calibers. Wildflower, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Thank you very much. It's going to be a fantastic day. I appreciate you being here, and appreciate your support of the channel. It would not be the same without you, Wallflower. And I think we talked a little bit on Twitter about some really funny news headlines the other day, which was, I appreciated. I got a good laugh out of that. Let's see. After the Chiefs won, my neighborhood exploded in gunfire. But that's celebratory. Celebratory gunfire is okay because it goes up and the bullets don't land. It's safe, right? That's why people die from it all the time after it happens. Normal activity in my neighborhood. It better not be normal in mine, or we're going to put a stop to it, I think. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. I had a dream a couple nights ago that my ex-husband and all his family was living with my family now. I'm like in some compound. Shells, that sounds like a nightmare, not a dream. Just sent a tweet to the burner confirming Alex will be testifying today, says Lindsay, per Avery G. Wilkes, whom I trust. That is a good source. As a source, looks like I won't be going back to sleep then. Let's see. I'm just checking to see. Where's the burner? There it is. Trying to get caught up here. Amber says I confirmed he is testifying, but just now got a conflicting report of a strategy change. Does that involve taking a plea deal? I mean, what sort of strategy do you change at the final days of your defense? Avery Wilkes, he is the chief investigative reporter in Columbia for Post and Courier. Post and Courier has been sort of like at the middle of this from the beginning. Them and Fitz News, as we see Buster's now approaching the courthouse. It looks like a little iris down there. I think that was actually a neutral density filter or something. Okay. At least it was a dream. I had a girlfriend once dreamed that I cheated on her, and she kept asking me why I would do that. Thal, that's one thing you just have to accept, as you are responsible for anything you do in someone else's dreams. Once you're in a relationship, just know that you own that as well. So be watching your behavior in their dreams as well. Flowers for You says Murdaugh will be second to testify today. Do you think Alex's ego got the better of him? Only a fool would take the stand in the situation. Mutt, I feel that. I feel that, but I felt this exact same way about Dean Cummings. His was a self-defense trial, so it was a little bit different. But I thought there's no way. You have nothing to gain by taking the stand and being shredded by the opposition. And he was phenomenal. And the jury came back really quickly with a not guilty. We may be amazed by what we see from Alex Murdaugh today. I think we will see a very different presentation than what we saw in the body cam videos as he responded, as the police responded to the crime scene. We're going to see a different Alex Murdaugh than what we saw in the interrogation videos, both in the car and just everywhere we've seen the video now. That's going to be a different Alex Murdaugh than what shows up. I think we'll see something consistent with how he's been presented in court, which he has not been rattled. Yes, he's shown emotion, but nobody's rattled him.
You better hit that like button or you can bite me, face rolling on the floor laughing.
Bite me. You better hit that like button or you can bite me. I still have to get a bite me sound for you. Bite me. I'm not sure what it's going to be. It's probably going to be of similar intrusion value, I guess, is that a thing, as the peeps. Because I like it to be able to be used frequently, but not really cause a disruption. So there, the Murdaughs right there, heading into court with their escort, police escort. Thank you, Bite Me, for your support of the channel. Much appreciated. Okay, plot twist. Could Alex Murdaugh give the closing his way to tell what he wants and his opportunity to charm the jury? No, he couldn't. I don't think you can. When you have representation, as he does, there's only a few points where he can speak. correctly. And one of them is when he's on the stand, and one of them is when the judge questions him about whether he wants to take the stand. But other than that, he really doesn't have many opportunities to speak in trial. Hang on one second, my kid's here. Yeah, he says, can you turn the camera so I can get some poems? So just 1 second here. There we go. Now you can run back there. Grab your books. Kids are getting some books for homeschool, and they're over on that side of the room. Let's see. As has been suggested, let's have a poll about whether Alex should take the stand.
Read the text I sent about Myra last night. My daughter is school secretary.
Roxy, let me take a look at that. Did I miss a text from you? Just 1 second here. Thank you for the super chat, Roxy. You can just tag me. You don't have to super chat, but I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. 5 seconds here. Let me get this. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's cool. This is Myra's book, right? We're talking about Myra's book. Is there an issue with your camera or mine? What's wrong with the image? Other than the fact that my green screen right there, there is having some issues. Samantha, do you just gift another 5 memberships? Professor Phil Bill, Cindy Smith, Jody Estes, Wayne Hatchell, and Lori Vargo. Congratulations, and thank you very much. And one more. We're not done yet. Bite Me also gifted another membership this morning. We're getting started fast. Jean Daughtry, congratulations. All you new members. I was almost done, Samantha. She just gifted another 5. Brody Brumfield, Denise Wheat, Miss Anonymous 617, Leafy Fifi Foo. Is that Leafy Fifi Foo? That's an awesome name. And Maria McKee, congratulations on your new memberships. All of you, please take your seats. Nicole is here as well. Welcome, Nicole. If you ever want to join, we can do that at your leisure. I've got. If you can text me on the burner phone as well, Nicole, I can send you a Zoom link if you want to connect over video, or we could just do over the phone, the burner phone, either way. So those are awesome. But court's about to start, so I don't know what would work best for you if you want to call during a break or anything. I know you're busy as well, so always put what you have in front of what we want. so thank you very much for being here. Anyone else having blurry text on the feed? Try hitting the refresh button.
Woman raising one hand, grinning face with big eyes, grinning face with big eyes.
Malin, thank you very much for your super chat. Very generous super chat. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. Is that Norwegian krone? Krone? I can't roll the R properly. Malin, is that Norway? I'm just trying to learn my coins. Eileen as well, member for 1 month, says, welcome to the family, new members. If you are a new member, you can do what la did right here, and you can post !seat in chat, and that allows you to move up to the very front row and watch everything from the front row with your friends, which is just awesome. And, it's a better view from up there as well. You also have access to a whole bunch of emojis, so we can do that. Myra says, good morning. I was here a bit earlier and gave Golden Mom the Internet Handbook, but I think my message got lost. Hello, all my friends. Myra, I see you there. Love to have you here. Thank you for being the CEO over the Internet. That's wonderful.
Are we going to address subject matter?
Do you know if your channel has the most members? It has the most it's ever had, a little bit. But if you go ahead and type, what's the command? There's a command that tells you how many members there are somewhere. You have to maybe to !commands, and it will tell you what the command is. I wish it was supposed to, when I built that command, it was supposed to tell you what number you were, like when you joined, but it doesn't work properly. I was a little disappointed. Huggy says, I've been in a lot of chats at this point. The murders, are we guilty or not guilty? To the chat, you can say if you like. We have not done a poll. Actually, I need to stop the poll we're doing right now. This is that will Alex testify. So let me go ahead and put up the results from that one. That says 52% yes and 47% no. So we're split almost 50-50 on that front. But as far as the poll goes, we're sort of waiting until yeah, I'm distracted. Yes, Norway. I've actually been to Norway, Morton. Is that interesting? Here's a squirrel moment. In Larvik. So is there buffering going on? Is there buffering? Anyway, I've got this will be interesting. I think there's going to be some noise on the channel today because there's a concrete cutter that's going to be working on my road for quite a while. Did you guys just see that? You guys just see a chair carried across the front of the courtroom? That was pretty cool. As I dropped my water on my iPad, but it was closed. We're good. That was weird. Anyway, I have been to Norway. We've got ancestors over there. And so I've enjoyed a summer on the beach there around Larvik and Oslo. Okay, that noise is a little much. Let me see if I can eliminate that. Let's see, levels, no. Audio processing, noise gate. Okay, so now it's only going to be there when I talk. Is that a little better? Okay. We'll live with that. Oh, holy cow. I think I just missed a whole bunch more. Tina P just gifted 5 memberships, as well as Samantha Terry. Samantha, the gift membership button is stuck down, just for your heads up, just so you know. You might want to get that fixed soon. Let's see who got the memberships. Layla Bow, Moose Girl 08, Ava Hankshaw, Bullwinkle Sprinkles, and Locomoco, as well as, what was the other one here? Eddie, Scott Holland, Aaron C., Vermillionaire, and Small Victories. So thank you all for the generous donations as court's about to start here. Thank you very much. I do apologize about this noise. We're going to have to figure out what we can do about that. It's literally, we're cutting our driveway. We're putting in a new sewer line for a secondary building on our lot that we're trying to upgrade. So we're going to figure that out. Your voice image is off sync. Okay, we'll get it figured out. We'll get this figured out. It's going to be a fun day, even if I have to have my mic off for a lot of the time. Okay, I want to see what the change of strategy is for the defense today. That's going to be incredibly interesting to hear. Just one moment here. I think the judge is about to walk into the courtroom. He's about 7 minutes late, and that's about normal for him. He's been this late often. Maui Bell, missed you thrice. I actually skipped the roll call. I've missed just about everybody. Definitely out of sync. Okay. Let me try turning off my Zoom. Just 1 second here. Okay, is that any better? I don't know why it would be out of sync here. It sounds in sync for my ears. You're fine on audio and viz. Okay, thank you very much. It might be on your end. Let's see. I do not hear the noise that you're concerned about. Good. I don't hear any noise. It's so loud. This is like the audio guy. This is like 70 decibels in my room. She can't take much more, Captain. I'm giving her all she's got. Way to go. I love the quote. Okay, Tony, we're good. Do you have any noise blocking on your mic software? Check again. Use a pop filter if you have one. I've got actually, I just installed or just activated a noise gate to So if I turn it off, this is with it off. So you should, let me just look at the levels here. Yeah, I'm seeing about, it's coming in about a negative 50 on the dB scale. Okay, if you guys can't hear that, I'll just leave it like this. And that should be just fine. Man, it is delayed just a tiny bit. Not out of sync. What? Thal. Okay, here's what we need to do. This is what needs to happen right now. You guys need to go get your friends, anyone who wants to be a member of the channel, because I don't think we have 50 people in chat right now to receive these memberships. Thal just gifted 50 memberships to the channel. Holy cow. Let's see. Well, Judge isn't here. I'm going to call out names. Kat Grieblaw, welcome. Barbara Giagalis, I think that's it. Gonzalo Castel, Cortina Elizondo, Just Jess, Lady Trisha Lawyers here, wonderful. Jay Gons, Yucky, Kat Harvey, Mike Stevens. Holy cow. There's so many people. Everyone just got a membership, apparently. Abe Foreman, Dragon Mom, Penny, Hello Kitty, Serial Killer, Just Dawn, Susan McElroy, Greg Erickson, Don Hagerman, Kitty Cat, Hellcat, Aggie Ayich, Oh Snap Sharon, Wanda Kiesling, Lauren B. Just keep an eye out for the judge. The mic's on, so we'll hear it. Vix Logic, Bella B, Wombat Mommy, Coffee Cake, Christina Alderson, Michelle Battersby, Wendy Lee. I am so far behind. Miss Kurt Cobain, Mrs. Kurt Cobain, love the name. We Are Everywhere, JC, Liz Collerstrom, Brittany H, Daniel Matthews, J.A., J-No, both J.A. and J-No side by side, Becky New, No Jabsky, interesting names there. Hey Jeeps, I see you there. AT1 CVB41, Tracy Turner, Ronald Scale Models, sorry about the Ronald. Lisa Petroholakova, Southern Manners, Barbara Engro, Pat Hansen. Holy cow! I think that might have been it. If for some reason you don't have a membership and you wanted one, there may be one sitting out there waiting for you. All you need to do. Yes, we're hearing that Alex Murdaugh will take the stand this morning. We'll see. There's like both sides are reporting this. All you have to do is type exclamation point gifts. Sorry, put an S on the end of it. Teal Business Service, S on the end. There will be a web page you go to that will you have to slide the slider to the right, and then it works. Roxy, Bryce Beatty, Shelly Belly, back into the left. Welcome, Teal Business Services and Sam Bellissimo. All new members, thank you, all of you, for the generous super chats, the generous gift donations, for making people feel welcome as they come here for the first time. This is a fun place to watch trial, and I really think there's no better place, not because of me, but because the community here is absolutely amazing. You'll find that you fit in perfectly. We're among friends. We have civil discussion. It's just we have people on all different opinions in here on all different topics, but the way we handle it with each other is we're civil. We don't do the name calling thing, and we just talk about things like we're friends. And if we have a disagreement, we can disagree and we can still be friends. That's just the way it rolls here, and it's just amazing. Okay, holy cow. Yeah, so you just have to click the link once. That link there on the YouTube. It works better. It's supposed to work on the phones as well, but it works better on a computer. We do have a lot of chat commands as well. I will say some of the chat commands that are tied to audio events, say like Alex stole it or something like that. We ask that you not use them a lot during testimony because we want to focus on the testimony. If it does get bad, I just turn the volume down on them for a little bit, so I can always control it. I know a lot of us want to hear what's happening in court. So we just ask you to respect that a little bit. Occasionally during the breaks and stuff, we'll use them, and then obviously before court and everything else, perfectly acceptable. So you can get, like Bradley just did this one here, and it should.
I'm not a camel.
There, just fired. I'm not a camel. That was from the another trial with Jensen. It was the Jensen trial. Samantha Terry just came in.
Tried, please accept this red heart card suit from us. Welcome you.
MB, we tried. Please accept this. MB, we've got to fix your setting. I don't know why it's not letting you get it. We need to get MB a gift membership. We'll figure out how to do that. You guys are amazing, just amazing.
All rise. Court is now in session.
As well.
Judge Newman presiding.
There we go. Judge Newman presiding, as if there would be another judge, right?
Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Anything before we bring the jury?
I don't have anything.
Yes, sir.
A couple things. First of all, we're going to ask you in a minute to advise Alec Murdaugh on his rights concerning testifying. Before we do that, though, I'd like to renew all previously made motions concerning the financial crimes that were allowed in by Your Honor.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Raised gesti and maybe 401.
He's going to do it.
And advise the court that we would renew our motion to exclude that testimony. And now, because it was included, our advice to Mr. Murdaugh would have been different in terms of taking a stand if that material had not been allowed under motive. But since it was allowed in
for
under
appeal.
608, we would object to it.
This is for appeal.
I just want to put on the record that our advice, had that not been allowed in, our advice as to whether to take the stand or not would have been different. I want to put that on the record. I'm asking you to strike the financial information, and we perhaps would need a recess then to give him different advice about what to do.
He's asking to strike 2 weeks of trial.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Marvin.
Your Honor, obviously we've addressed
The feed's cutting out.
with court, but
Let's see if we can take this one.
us and admitted it, and we've stayed within those boundaries, and I'm not aware of any reason why.
The jury hearing from him. You know,
the feed's cutting out for everybody.
Fatal part of a case, the defendant doesn't testify when the jury.
This is not my side. This is from the courtroom. You can see I'm just fine, and everything else is skipping on the courtroom side.
Of course, previous that the so-called financial crimes and other.
I'm going to pull up another feed for you. Just 1 second.
Other crimes and or bad acts have determined them to be relevant, material, and admissible, having given the 403, 404 analysis, as well as the res gestae analysis. And the trial has proceeded with many witnesses testifying regarding these issues.
We're going to jump back just a tiny bit, see if we get a better
special exception to
everybody's having these same problems from court right now. The feed is dropping on everybody. Guys, there's
determined to be admissible. With regard to the advice of counsel,
Alex stole it as well.
Mr. Harpootlian, you stated for the record the basis for your advice. Of course, a defendant's. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, first of all the financial information, misdeeds are in the record, basically. I mean, the amounts, very specifically. So, at this juncture, two things happen. One, he has not been convicted of anything in regard to financial crimes. So normally, they couldn't ask him about those crimes because he hadn't been. He hadn't been convicted. It got to be a crime that carries a year or more. Those kinds of things. It meets none of that. So then you go under 608, and it's character evidence, and it's going to be fair game. We disagree with. There's a Fourth Circuit case that seems to restrict it a little bit, but we disagree with the process whereby he couldn't come in unless he was convicted. He takes the stand, and they're going to ask him extensively about each and every one of these events in an effort to commit character assassination. This is what we warned about. You've told the jury it only goes to motive, and this obviously goes well beyond that and vitiates Your Honor's earlier ruling, or at least it gives them 2 grounds now to argue why it's relevant. And our advice was, had that information not already come out, we would be sitting here with no financial misdeeds in the record, and we believe that the jury, high likelihood of the jury acquitting him because they haven't proved motive. They haven't proved, there's no forensic evidence whatsoever, no confession, no eyewitness. It's all, as you say, in denying our motion for a directed verdict, it's circumstantial. This is just a naked effort of character assassination to influence the jury, that he has committed these financial misdeeds or misrepresented other things. And as a result, no matter what charge you give the jury, we're fearful that if he hasn't explained any of that, that they will hold it against him. And again, it all goes back to your original ruling to motive. I'm not sure they're arguing motive after Mr. Tindley's testimony and after Dawes' testimony, both of whom said there wasn't a storm coming on Thursday, the 10th. So again, our advice would have been different had Your Honor not allowed. I mean, if you would strike all that testimony and
we're going to keep the audio here, but look at what's happening on other stations
would
here.
not put him on the stand or not advise him to take the stand. I just want to make.
I certainly argued throughout the trial, and
so here's on
I certainly understand.
Double GN is dropping out quite a bit.
It's compounded this new problem.
Law and Order says we'll be right back.
We think, with all due respect, and I'm arguing what we argued a month ago, that what's going to happen is we're going to spend the next day or 2 or 3 with the state going through the minute details of each one of these offenses. We've already, in my opinion, this is a Bernie Madoff trial. This isn't a murder trial. This is all about financial misdeed, not about.
Did he say Bernie Madoff?
That sounds like a good jury argument if you're the one to make the argument.
I love that. That sounds like a good jury argument.
It's an argument that you can make to the jury. I've ruled on the issue, and I do not know what the questions that
seems
the
to have
state
cleared up a
intends
little
to
bit.
ask. I cannot forecast the next 3 days as you have just done as to every minute detail the state will seek to introduce, and all rights are preserved as to any and all testimony and anything that is objectionable that
for appeal
that you all wish to object to it. The court will rule when those objections are made.
Yeah,
Your Honor,
the best feed has been
all we're
WLTX
saying
so
is,
far.
If they have carte blanche to go into the minute details and talk about who the victims were and do all of that and do that, it's going to take a week more, especially with our objections, and then have to redirect them on that. And haven't we wasted enough time on financial matters?
All right. I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you desire.
Decision's already been made.
The court has ruled. I don't think I need to address it any further.
Yeah, when a defendant takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing himself to cross-examination. Whether or not a defendant testify is solely the right of that defendant. The court makes no recommendations pro or con. I have no role other than advising the defendant of his rights and to ensure that he understands his rights so that he will make an informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he might want to testify, consult with. Do you wish me to engage in that colloquy at this time with Mr. Murdaugh?
Your Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy now. We have one short witness before he would testify, if he continues to want to testify.
All right.
He does want to testify.
Murdaugh, if you'll come forward.
Do you hear
and
that? If he
stand
continues to want to testify.
in front of me, and Madam Clerk, if you will swear him.
We're not going to be able to hear him very well. There's not really a microphone there. B. Crumbs, thanks for gifting a membership as well. Looks like it went to Elizabeth Blackow. I'm going to crank this audio just a little bit for you.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense, and you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case.
The door is wide open on the topics. That means including financial stuff.
If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand it, you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you.
The jury's not here for this.
Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify.
Boom.
I want to testify.
He's in. He's in.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Against the advice of his attorneys,
One
apparently.
short witness before.
So we're going to have John Marvin first,
Murdaugh.
is my guess.
Very well.
Thank you very much for Ready Freddy, GG, for 5 gifted memberships, as well as Thal came in with another 5. We're not going to have time to name everybody who received those. If you see your name in green on the screen as it goes by, you received a membership from one of these individuals who have been so generous this morning. Please thank them in chat, and then make sure you take your seat by clicking exclamation point or typing exclamation point seat.
You will bring the jury.
In chat. This is not a drill, says Izzy Watts. It's happening. It is 4 years to the day that the boat accident happened. Just an coincidence, an interesting coincidence there. He's in. Who said the giggity? Who said giggity? Lady writer, giggity. Yes, this is going to be amazing. We may see a different side of Alec than we've seen all this while. Somebody said on Twitter, I wish I remember who it was so I can give him credit, that the one thing that him testifying is going to clarify for once and for all is how to pronounce his name. and I believe it's Alec Murdaugh is how he pronounces it. Or Alec Murdaugh. It's more like an A instead of an A sound, sort of halfway in between. Can't believe he's testifying. We thought it was coming. Just amazing. Thal, your button on gifting membership is stuck as well. It seems to gifted another 5. Thank you so much. If you see your name, please take your seat and welcome so much. Thanks for being here today. This is going to be amazing. Probably 2 Murdaughs in a row is my guess. Let's see what if they call John Marvin first here. I'm working on getting. Let's see if we can take this.
Jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. Good morning. Day number 23.
Day number 23.
The defense's case, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Nolan Tuten.
Oh, Nolan Tuten. Nolan. Not John Marvin, but Nolan. Samantha. The gifted memberships are flying like crazy. Make sure you have your gifted membership setting turned to accept gift from this channel. If you type !gifts, you'll see the link where you can do that. Because there's a good chance you become a member, even if you just walked in the door for the first time.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please.
If you allow me to pause this for about 1 second, we're syncing it up with another feed.
The microphone is very sensitive.
That will allow us to have multiple camera angles, and they're all in sync.
Please spell your last name.
If I request a
Nolan
continuance,
Tuten, T-U-T-E-N.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
What do you do?
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay. And how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
I did.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Paul?
He was one of my best friends. Considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that would, you could call him at the drop of the hat and he would come. He was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, he would do, whatever he could for you, whenever he could for you. And
how often did you talk to Paul?
Every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
Okay. And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
It depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. I would see him on the boat. We would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul outside doing these activities, did he have his phone with him normally?
Most times, yeah.
Okay. And did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes.
Never.
Not a whole lot. It was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. It would be within reaching distance.
Okay. What was your impression from the time you spent with the family as to how they got along?
They all had a really good relationship, I felt like. When I was around, there was always kind of laughing and, a good relationship, good family relationship.
Did you have a nickname for Alex?
Big Red.
Okay. And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex was patient with Paul?
He was.
Now, you mentioned that you guys hunted together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I was.
Okay. And did he ever use a 300 Blackout?
He did.
Okay. And what's your understanding of where he got that?
Buster and Paul got 2 for Christmas one year. One, Buster had a black one, Paul had a tan one, and they were at Moselle, and then Paul's went missing or, got stolen, whatever happened to it. And then there was just the black one at Moselle that we used, more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
Rode around, played around at the house, messed around at the sheds. We would go ride the buggies, ride in the truck, go fish, go hunt, go farm.
When you rode around at Moselle, what vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck, sometimes golf cart, Ranger, whatever we felt like riding.
This is Nolan Tuten, a friend of Paul's.
Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
Brother of
I
Nathan.
did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the kennels are located?
Yes.
At Moselle? Okay. And if you and Paul were at the house, would you guys typically walk to the kennels, or would you drive down there?
We would never walk. We would drive or ride something.
Okay. And were there ever times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks on Moselle?
All the time.
Did he have the 300 Blackout with him in the trucks?
A lot of times, yes.
Okay. And were there ever guns left in the shed by the dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay. What about the hangar?
Same.
Now, Maggie. Tell me about Maggie.
She was she's a very sweet woman. She would, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay. And how would she get there?
It just depended, really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. However she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not, and I noticed that they were dead. So then, Paul and I talked, around 10 or 11 that morning, and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under, and I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night. And then, so I went home after work, and then I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle, and everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay, and then you guys made plans to meet
Alex
at
will
Moselle
testify.
that
That's
afternoon.
right, yes.
Okay. When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay, and did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told me they were gone.
That maybe I'll have begged the court's indulgence.
Alex is taking the stand today. He is taking the stand. That was determined today for sure. So, and he's coming next. I thought we were going to have John Marvin, but apparently Alex is going to go next after this witness, who's going to be a short witness, apparently. Not a lot of testimony from this one.
One last question, just for clarification. Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th.
Right.
Was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
By the state.
They're just giddy. The bald guy right behind the monitor with the two papers over it is the state
Nolan,
attorney general.
We've met a bunch of times, right?
Not quite bald, but
prior to trial, we've met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations. Is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also. They were sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
Okay. You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
I feel like that, yes.
And I just want you to say again, he was the kind of guy that if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for you?
He was going to come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
Okay. You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom to you. Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
Yes.
And he testified.
He's a police officer.
Previously in this
trial.
trial.
That was a runner for Alex Murdaugh's.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
More Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time.
Yep.
Which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it, yes.
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself?
I have.
And a lot of experience with the family's firearms?
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that, well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout, I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
Okay. And you, hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018, did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
But this is back in like 2017, 2018.
It was a while ago, yes, sir.
Before COVID.
That's right.
It's the new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and, we left, and then later on, the gun was gone. The gun was missing, whether, whatever happened to it, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back, and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now, this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
So it wasn't like it was misplaced. It was. Do you believe it was stolen?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then going to guns, did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
He did.
Was it the, and have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some, yes.
Paid attention.
And is it, without going ahead and rooting through the guns, is it that camo in color Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
That's Paul's shotgun?
That was the one he favored the most, yes.
And then did Paul also have a 300 blackout on him at all times?
He did, most
so
times.
what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own. So
he started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more, and so Paul just used it as his own.
And then Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
Then I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking for.
That's right.
And then I believe Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He either shot the 1 or the 2. Okay.
So we have 1, 2, and 3 models.
Right.
For the same Benelli Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as
right.
a kind of general use.
Mm-hmm.
I think you also mentioned that about guns being left down at the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be mostly in just the hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, the hunting seasons or, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, he would.
And when are the hunting seasons for like deer and duck and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
Deer season is typically in the fall, sometime August to January. Duck season is, around Thanksgiving to the end of January. And turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you've spent a lot of time at Moselle, I think you already talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the property?
2.
Were you around before when there was only one entrance and
I was.
exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
Okay. And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house. Is that accurate as well?
That is.
You all spent a lot of time at the kennel area, kind of the hangar kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment there or hunting and getting ready for things.
That's correct.
A fair thing to say? It's a good collection point.
Yes, sir.
For y'all.
Alex isn't hearing a word of this.
And I think
He's
out there
prepping
there's
for
also
his
a
testimony
processing
here.
shed for if
There
you
is.
killed anything.
Yes, sir.
And if you all are down there and, say Maggie or Alex were at the house and they, obviously knew you were down there, would they tend to come drop by before they would leave just to see if y'all needed anything?
More often than not, yeah.
All right. And knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you talk to him almost every day, right?
That's right.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly hard to even know where he was going to be on any given day.
That's right.
Unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was everywhere. Any given day during the week, who knows where he could be.
Mm-hmm.
Fair
Yes,
to
sir.
say? All right, so I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2021. And that's the day you lost your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone.
I did.
In the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
And you often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did, yes.
Meaning farm-related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You were pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the corn fields for the hunting purposes too, right?
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on June 7th?
Yes, it was. He knew that I was riding by, because typically when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened, CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't get a good idea of what was actually done, the harm that was actually done, until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there to check on them and see what it was, where we could come up with a game plan on what to do.
And you had pretty free use of the property, meaning you could show up and come and go as you please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
So the fact that you went there that morning to check on stuff, that's actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you? Okay. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers, and they're dying. Is that
Right.
that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to, and why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. We plant them, kind of corn, sunflowers in the dove field, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes, it's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field.
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year, in the season. You could still get some good growth out
That's
of it.
right.
Okay. And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he and I had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that afternoon at Moselle to go ahead and get the tractor hooked up and begin plowing them under.
And ultimately, you weren't able to make it that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going on?
I got hung up at work around the Columbia area.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's
right?
right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Yes.
Now, leading up to these events, you received a Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m. Is that right?
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you?
That's correct, yes.
And tell us about what that Snapchat was.
It was a video of the John Deere Highboy sprayer. One of the cylinders on the back to spread the boom to spray was leaking pretty bad, so he was sending me a video to show me how bad it was leaking.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment. Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry?
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The Highboy.
Highboy. Is that a piece of farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. And it was leaking some sort of fluid, meaning it was maybe broken.
That's right.
All right. Now you've in all the times we've met, the number of times, did you have a chance to listen to what we call it, kind of the kennel video?
I did.
And did you, when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that video?
I did.
Having known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul,
heard it?
Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Elliott.
All right, down at the kennel area too, if you're down there at nighttime, I assume you've been down there around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area. It's actually pretty fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or anything like that, the kennel area and the hangar are all brightly lit with like fluorescent lighting.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting if you were at the Moselle house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look down and see the well lit area?
You could, yes.
You're right, Lindsay.
All right, so we're
The bomb
on
threat
June
from
7th.
earlier was from an inmate.
What's the last communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11, my mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle, so I tried to call Paul and text Paul and didn't get a response, so I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
And at the time, were you living fairly close by?
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25 minute drive to Moselle.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area, and so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around. And
when you arrived, what did you observe?
When I got there, there were a lot of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area?
They had.
But you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there?
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene?
Yes.
Who was there with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
He is.
And I think you said you hugged. Is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck. The boat wreck. The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson?
I do.
Friends with him as well?
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Michael, you are one of about 120 people who were gifted memberships on the channel this morning. Amazing people in chat that have been gifting memberships. Thank you all and welcome new members.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area,
Right.
his trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was.
Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle,
Mm-hmm.
can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights and you could tell that the lights were on, and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you could see.
So just the roof and just the lights?
That's right.
Okay.
You noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay, and going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the Dove Field?
That's right.
Okay, and did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, here we go.
Thank you. You may step down.
Alex is up. This is the moment. I'm not saying you should call in sick to work right now, but you might consider it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
Look at Newman looking directly at Alex. Just direct eye contact there. Jury's been excused for just a minute. We got a very, very little break, probably because this next witness, Mr. Murdaugh, is going to be a lengthy one. I imagine we're going to have him on the stand for quite a while. I think Cross will also be lengthy. Here we finally get to see the state's story, how they're going to,
Mr. Harpullian,
share
do
the
you need
alibi.
any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It hurts my feelings, but we don't need any break. However, Your Honor, he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right, we'll take a recess about 10 minutes.
10-minute break. Alex is going to get a little break. Everyone gets a break. The jury gets a break. I see Buster there in the background, so he's here. We've seen the family arrive as well. I think John Marvin was there as well. I'm going to need the pickle jar. For those that don't know, for those that are new here, I'm a huge fan of pickles, and specifically spicy maple bourbon pickles, available from Walmart and Food Lion. Apparently, those are the only sources I've been able to find them at. That's why you'll see on the little emoji picture right here, like 6-foot bus just put up. That little emoji is a jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles. Sometimes court gets spicy, and we use those little emojis for that moment. This is the calm before the storm, says Rick Andrew. Yeah, we're waiting. The feeds are awful today. Just not clear in any way. So hopefully we get everything squared away. WLTX is what I'm using primarily this morning for the feed, and that one has been the best and has not dropped out where everyone else has dropped out. So we're going to keep that. I'll keep switching between all of them to make sure we get you the best audio and video possible during this. Are they done with the expert witnesses, says Golden Mom? Maybe. All we know is that every time Harputlian has said he's going to be, most of the time, except for on like his crosses, when he gives a schedule and says, here's what we plan on doing, he's always been a little shorter than that. Like yesterday, he said it's going to take 5 minutes. He came in under that, had 31 seconds left over. The state has gone long and the defense has gone short. So Harputlian said earlier that defense was planning to arrest by the end of Friday. It's possible with the way the expert witnesses went through and how fast they went. We might be done as early as today. I doubt it, but that's a possibility. I think they'll have a couple more witnesses after Alex, maybe just in case. This is going to be crazy. Nervous tummy, says Jay Hughes. Let's see. I picked the wrong day to give up illicit sedatives, says Chandra. Let's see. Alex is doing the motivating talk in the mirror right now, says Dallas Born Boston Bred. This is going to be fun. I didn't call you out specifically, Suzanne, but thank you. You were one of the many. Thal as well. Roxanne. We've had so many people. Samantha Terry just again comes in with another super chat. Take your seats. Hit the like button. Strap in. This is the day we've been waiting for.
Take your seats. Hit the like button. Strap in.
Thank you very much, Samantha, for your support of the channel. And notice their audio sync is still messed up. Richard, what's happening is the different feeds are having trouble getting their feed out, and as I combine all the different feeds so I can give you different camera angles. So sometimes one feed is showing the witness, and you guys want to see what Alex is doing. So I mix and match those, and I'm able to put them up on the screen that way. Some of the feeds are dropping and resetting, and so I have to constantly readjust the timing on my feeds just to get everything synced up. But we'll get there. We'll keep the audio and video going at least on one feed constant, and I'll try to get everything else matched up to it. But so that's what's happening. Let's see. Carol Martin asked a question for Matthew Harris Law. Matthew's in the chat here. Can the state ask the judge to rule Alec can't make money from books or interviews or movies on the murders or other crimes? That's going to be after a conviction. That's typically when that's going to be, and it has to do with restitution for victims. So I don't know how that will go in this case. It will probably be more applicable to the financial crimes cases than this one. Who won the internet today, Seagulls? It was Golden Mom who was first in chat. She actually joined way late last night when I first opened the chat room for this. Forever in Blue, thanks for joining and taking a seat. It's good to see that. Front row today, yes you are. Lots of new members here, so everyone make room on the front row. Get ready for Alex's performance for the lifetime. He's going to need it to avoid a lifetime of prison. Mo Freedom, I don't know what to expect at this point. We have not seen Alex in this scenario yet. Everything we've seen has been him, in a police camera footage at the scene. It's been an interrogation, things like that. We've heard some phone calls of him just in private, but we haven't seen him in performance mode as a lawyer, in this case as a witness as a lawyer in a courtroom. This is going to be new for us, and we might see what we've heard about in the testifying. I think 100% we're going to see tears. We're going to see emotion from Alex on the stand. Puzzleman says, did I win anything? Just being here is a win for us, Puzzleman. Thank you so much. It would not be the same without you. Waiting for the state to rip Alex apart. I think they're going to hit hard. They do not have to go kid gloves with Alex. Even if he's in tears, they're going to hit hard. You're going to see ruthlessness from the state, and I believe it's probably going to be Creighton. I can't imagine Touchy-Feely being the questioner for Alex Murdaugh. So they proved that while AM was sitting in the car in the driveway, he could see that the kennels were still all lit up. Yes, that was yesterday. If he was looking for Maggie, why not drive over there? I think the testimony, if I remember correctly, was that if you'd looked at the right time sort of thing, you should be able to see the lights. So it wasn't like it was day glow. The pictures we see, the top-down view that we see from Google Earth is different than how the farmhouse actually was. There were rows of pine trees that lined those roads. And so it although I think it would have been visible, it wouldn't have been like a clear shot all the way out of the driveway. Lindsay says, Recovery Addict, okay, I was chilling in bed with my laptop, but the adrenaline got to me and I've moved to my desk. Making a bingo card now. Can you ask the chat for ideas for spots regarding Alex Murdaugh on the stand? I think Alex crying has got to be, it's almost a freebie if you do that. Alex Murdaugh on the stand. I would expect a curse word. Put a cursey word on there from Alex, or maybe a cursey word from one of the prosecutors. Probably wouldn't be on direct, but on cross. Let's see. A surprise confession. That might be one of them. What else? What else would go on a bingo card for Alex appearing on the stand today? I would ask him about the missing clothes and why he did ask the two ladies to lie about the time. Why wasn't there blood on his clothes if he touched the bodies? And why lie about not being at the kennel? Let's see. See, Matthew says, my body language knowledge is a combination of experience and training. Years of litigation, former police officer, and military training has given me lots of both for body language. Are we adding courtroom evacuation to the bingo card? Please no, Patricia, please no. Let's not have that. We don't need another DB moment. We've already had the fake bomb threat called in from another inmate, like from a jail phone, is my understanding. It's like, yeah, I'd like to make a collect call. Who is this? There's something in the judge's courtroom. Yeah, that's just bizarre. What would I ask Alec? Man, that's a good question, Rick. Let me think. Let me think for a minute. The ones that we just named here, Carol Martin named, those are all great questions. He's not going to say about missing clothes, things like that. I don't know. Maybe it would be a dirty trick, a dirty question. But I'd ask him did they see you shoot them? Is that? I think that will trigger a response that I would lose his temper. No, I never lose my temper. I'm even keeled. I don't remember because of my drug addiction. You think that's going to come up? That's going to be on the bingo card. The boat wreck is going to come up. Let's see. Yeah, we don't go a ton into body language here, Justice Carnite, but only to the extent that I would acknowledge that all of us watch body language. Like when you're talking with your friend and they're checking their watch and they're looking down and stuff like that, and they want to be somewhere else. We read that sort of body language, and some of that can be interpreted one way or another. I'm not the one who's going to say because of how fast they're blinking, this means that they're on board or they're not. We don't go into that. But one of the big body language analysts, I guess you could say, in the court is James from the court, who's down there, and he was saying one of the jurors at one point they bring blankets because it's like freezing cold in the courtroom apparently, and so one of the jurors at one point was like curled up away from the chair in the blanket, like turned away from the witness. That's some body language that would say to me that they're probably not interested in what's going on right now. But we don't get into a ton of body language, although people like Matthew have to look at that as they pick jurors in their own trials. Bingo words are PMPED. That's a freebie. Moselle, Almeida, Bubba, Vinnie Vines, Steele, and Stoll. You're going easy. That's the easy one. Alex knows he's been lying about being at the kennels. He's cooked his goose. He has nothing more to lose. I was high. I cannot remember anything. That's not a soundbite for you guys to clip from me. I was saying that's what you guys are saying that he would say. He denies everything except his drug addiction. If he denies everything, he's got a problem as well. He's got a problem because they're going to say, how do you know you weren't there? How do you know it wasn't you? Was allergic to chickens, couldn't see. Alex climbing out the courtroom bathroom window right now. No, he's going to have somebody with him at all times. He's not going to be alone at any time. Do we know when? Yes, we've got just minutes. We're actually keeping an eye on the courtroom. We've got the audio rolling right now. This is the court feed. We're waiting for the bailiff to yell, all rise, as we come back from the break. What will the drinking word be, says Amber. Vixen. What should the drinking word be for the testimony? It's a drinking word typically is a word that comes up more often than it should in a specific segment, so we get to have lots of drinks. I have water in my own mug, my recovery addict, true crime addict mug, and that's what I'm going to be drinking from. But let's see. Is that noise bothering anybody as they cut concrete just outside my studio? I love my family. Me too, Rick. My family's amazing. They let me do this every day. They're awesome. I'm thinking something more southern. I think we need a southern, like a y'all or something. That would be fun. Drinking word is lie. Hope you have a lot of beverage on hand. I don't recall or I don't remember. Age of the Lost. You're thinking that he's really going to basically say, "Oh, I can't remember this time." It's not. I'm trying to remember, but I can't right now. I cannot hear the noise you're speaking of. Bite me. It's deafening in my ears. It's funny. I've got a good mic, but we'll try to ground your objection. I think there will be some good objections. Color me abstract. I think that's something you definitely put on the cart on the card because Harpootlian, assuming a Harpootlian question, maybe it'll be Jim or maybe Mr. Barber. I don't know who would question Alex. First of all, it's Alec. I'm thinking it'll be Jim. That's my guess. The word should be objection. They did him so bad. That one to me, it sounds like they instead of I. And it's in the middle of a sob. I mean, even if he did say I would give him the benefit of the doubt and just say he was, crying while saying it, so it didn't pronounce properly. So, how many comfort breaks to compose himself? He just gets the one. Really, it'll be probably that until lunch. He's going to have about 2 hours of being on the stand at least, maybe more. Drink your word is That's if I'm the one talking, you're going to be drinking a lot.
Choice. He has the right to take the stand. He has a right not to incriminate himself. His lawyer should advise not to answer financial questions.
Yes, that's the Hobson choice. He has the right to take the stand. He has the right not to incriminate himself. His lawyer should advise not to answer financial questions. Thank you, American Dreamer, for that. He can plead the fifth, but wouldn't the judge then give a statement saying the jury can infer that it was because had he testified to those things, it would have been detrimental to his case? When Alex Murdaugh takes a stand, you should update the video title to draw more people in. This will be one for the ages. I already did. I updated it to say Alex takes the stand. Alex will testify. Will he be rocking back and forth? Yes, I think he will. I think that he does that subconsciously. I don't think that's an act. I think that is either a medical condition or just like a character trait. That's something he does. Poot is mad at him, so he won't be questioning him. I think that's right. The fact that Alex says he doesn't want to hear from Poot, he doesn't want to hear from him on the questioning either. So it's probably going to be Jim or Barber. Y'all is the free square on my bingo card. Tennessee whiskey. Okay, let's go back to court here. Let's see where we're at. There we are. Okay. Not in a criminal trial, says Andy. Was I wrong about that? Alec took the oath, so he'll be telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sometimes when they take the oath, they just say, do you swear to tell the truth? And other times the witness has been sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth. So they don't necessarily stick to the same wording in this courtroom. Here comes a bailiff.
All rise and come to order. Quiet.
Bailiff takes zero crap from anybody. One more yell. Yeah, he's gonna look really uncomfortable in that chair. Probably no candy up there is my guess as well.
Oh, you do. Absolutely.
He's got one job, JM. That bailiff has got some pipes on him. I'm going to go ahead and clear the pinned chat because we know that the next witness is not going to be Nolan Tuten.
Alex stole it.
You may bring the jury.
This where he sounds like Barney Fife. Yeah, let it be somewhere. It shuts them up because if they don't shut up, they get kicked out. And this courtroom does not mess around. They're pretty strict. The bailiffs, a lot of their job is to maintain that order and make sure the court can proceed without anything else. We're going to turn the sounds down for Alex's testimony for sure. So those audio things appropriate now will not be playing during the live stream of the testimony. This jury's going to be so surprised. There will be a bowl of his own words from to eat. I think the prosecution is going to try to make him eat his words and make him go through all the times that he lied. They definitely want him to say that he lied. And he will. And then, they'll say, why should we believe you now? Myra,
husband's uncle passed away 4 a.m. He is so distraught it's hard cause mentally I don't think I can handle going to the funeral. So it's a hard situation. I want to be there. Please send strength and prayers.
Myra, I'm so sorry. He's in our thoughts and prayers for sure. I am so sorry he's going through that, and you as well. If there's anything we can do for you, know that we're your family here too. Let us know if we can help you out. We love you here. It wouldn't be the same without you, Myra. If you need somebody to take over a CEO of the internet briefly, we can do that as well. Thank you, Myra. Oh, man. Okay, Alex is ready. He is listening to Dick a little bit, getting some last-minute advice. Yeah, there's not a seat available in that courtroom. It's pretty much full. Still waiting for the jury? I think we are. Or the judge is reading his email. I'm not quite sure what's happening, but give me a second. I've got to get these feeds synced up. We're going to sync everything to this feed. Let's go here. Okay, so everything's synced up, I think. I think we're good. Checking all of them. Got sources all over the place. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. I don't know what the judge is doing right now. He's clearly reading something. I think the jury's here. Maybe there's a juror member in the bathroom or something. Maybe we're waiting for that. This pause is killing me. They don't rise for the jury in this one. They rise for the judge. And this courtroom just does things differently. The judge picks the foreman. That's not something you normally see. The judge is the one who's respected. I'll rise for the judge, but not for the jury. It's just a little different. Judge is letting Alex sweat. He's going to need another bathroom break here if we take much longer. Let's see what Judge Newman has up his sleeve here. We're just waiting here. I think it's still waiting for the jury. The judge is watching us. Yeah, I don't think that's what's going on. We are still trying to get connected to Brandy Churchwell. Brandy created one of the timeline charts before the state actually came out with the timeline chart. When all of us were screaming for a timeline chart, she was one of the people who made a great one that we were able to look at and really put the facts together and see how everything fit in the puzzle. So I reached out here and connected briefly on Twitter. We're just trying to make the connections to see if we can get her on the stream. She actually has just yesterday started her own YouTube channel, and I think she has. Last I saw, when I joined, there were like 7 subscribers. I think she's up to 56 now, so we might give her a boost if we can get her on, and just as a thank you for the work she did on her timeline. All those, Amber as well. You know, Amber did a great timeline as well. Glad we could give her a little kickback as well for that. I'm excited. Yes, I'm giddy almost. I honestly, I don't think Alex testifying is the best thing he can do in his own defense. I don't. I think Poot was probably giving him good advice, and that was right. But I want to see Alex testify. Alex could not muster for a tie today. No, it was, he doesn't like things around his neck, apparently. I don't know who that is. That's a new face. Possibly one of the audio people. that who we're waiting for? There's a little more activity from the judge. I think we're, oh, it was one of the clerks.
Thank you.
I think she's the jury representative, or like the go-between with the court. Alex makes me giddy.
Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
What lady wants to sit in the jury box? I think it was a court photographer.
You may call your next witness.
I think that was a court photographer that was just trying to...
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
He's got a marker in his hands. He's going to play with that.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You'll place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone.
See, he looks huge on that little chair. That is not comfortable. He's one of the tallest witnesses.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. Good morning.
He's ready to talk to the jury. See how he's already seating facing them? This is what we're going to get.
Okay. Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
He's going to tell the
interview
reason.
Of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot test from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told the lie, I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning, or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that...
Who's Paul?
That's Paul, my son Paul, Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul?
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the Dove field. That's our Dove field, which the Dove field is just it's a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the Dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the Dove field, and we look at the Dove field. And
how'd you get to the Dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck, and you go to the Dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the Dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul. We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
did you?
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paul plant the Dove field and the corn in the Dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the Dove field. Paul had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the Dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small. It's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen, and it's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers. And
is that what the jury has seen? Some overhead pictures. It's right there on Moselle Road.
Yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. You were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
one of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years. And it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Pawpaw. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I were and are.
There are real tears there.
He's still wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. He loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. He'd work on the roads. He would work on all of it. He would work on the structure. He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
sure,
just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Pawpaw got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details have been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there very quickly thereafter,
and then
by 7 o'clock.
So you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records. A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what did you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was Is that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes, and what's on June 7th. How tall were you, and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June 7th.
Yes, sir.
You know, when you're outside, riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer, we'd fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what did you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were, and
what were
for
they
dinner.
Doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
so then Maggie and I ate.
And do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes.
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
Yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday, or go backwards?
Yeah. Start with Friday.
All right.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital, and I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Mags and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina, it was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went, had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you headed back to Moselle with Maggie?
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to Moselle.
And the jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talked about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved to. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right.
This is
a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
I'm sorry.
Was
this
Monday,
is Jim questioning him, not
the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What, did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Pawpaw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Pawpaw.
Okay. And did you stay in the house?
Yes.
For how long?
Not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was, and it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken. Put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Well, was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Okay. Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his, what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5, it might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog. If he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. I don't have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, look, before we do that, we've seen the
that part
dog kennel
it's hard to believe.
Video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Did you see the water hose in that video on the ground? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And then the 2 dogs were out?
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
Okay. And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. The same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question obviously wasn't clear enough. Were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it was the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull along the front entrance, and either you'd come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was...
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on. and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't. Even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So.
Makes sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave. Okay.
That's the hardest part I have to believe in that story.
Did you go back to the house?
I went
He changed his mind, said he'd go down with his wife to the kennels,
to the air conditioner.
runs down,
And
takes
what'd you
the
do when you
chicken
got
out,
back
and
to
then
the
leaves
house?
again.
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch, and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did.
And
I talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
And what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, I mean, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I mean, I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated, you need to check on her. I gave her medicine, she's resting, so it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama, we all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she'd fuss for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down, and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38. Which is
His story is carefully including every bit of evidence to match up everyone else. and it just goes from one person's testimony to the next about each
can you see
item.
this,
his mom getting the pills and
the slide with those
the
dots?
caretaker calling him about
Yes,
it.
sir.
He's including the story as if he's telling everyone else's story as his own. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just that's how he's presenting it.
Seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad, so you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport, all right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Doug is a hero of this courtroom.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
sure.
This grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo, are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge, and like you see I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Right.
I think, you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right, well, let's
So it'd be to the right of that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134, see if this is a... So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go, my dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew, under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there, and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And did she let you in?
Sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand. And
what kind of condition was she in?
Her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and, upbeat and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds. Right. And then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when
talked to Shelley, and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, you know, I mean, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. And she was a shell of her old self. And I mean, it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy, and Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Alameda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle, what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Alameda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go, why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
right,
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw. So, no. I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped?
I was getting my phone. My phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Okay. Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No.
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
No.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
Okay. When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate.
And what'd you do then?
Went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I mean, I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
You know, but I mean, did it cause me to go into any? It wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And Alec, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of. So bad. Can I have some water? Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911.
So he's not explaining the 17 seconds.
I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Paul. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a problem because it was a Bluetooth call.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
Hey, Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I tried to turn him over. Tried to grab him by the belt loop. And try to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And I just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out, and it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
What side of the on what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Okay.
That's closer to the feed room.
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know if you put it, which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
I couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down just around I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me. I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play Doug the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as Defendant's Exhibit Number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
County Communications.
I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of, and I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
Do it now, it's fast.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh no, hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennels.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I see his brain. Face down, I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No.
Is he? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, there's here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. There wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing, and I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog, or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
It's white. You can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a mobile home? It's a house. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Alex Murdaugh. Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out? I've been gone. I just came back. Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house? No, ma'am. Please hurry. We're getting somebody out there to you. There. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media, I mean, it was, I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, you know, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
of a prosecutor.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said an hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that, and I said approximately to her question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
it wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them's moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. That would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So.
Okay. Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
There were only two shells in the
records,
gun.
and I've
So
seen
there's one already in it.
the
He said he grabbed a
testimony. I
handful.
put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not. I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, you know, saw it. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Okay. Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
I have, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
That's hard to buy as a hunter.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat wreck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people. Over the phone. 1 second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. Roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a whole bloody phone.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? glasses on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
No, Allie, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And, can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay? Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I don't believe there was any formal police reports or that type of thing. But it had been reported, and it was well known.
Okay. So were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I've never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much, and I never thought I'd forget it. But
is it part of student counseling services?
Yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Pawpaw and wanted to talk to him. And at first we were concerned, why they want to talk to him? And even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Rodo? You mean?
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09 you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat from Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone? How do you account for that?
Obviously, they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you go to the jury room for a break of about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdaugh.
Hey, Nicole, are you able to call in? see here. If you can give us a call real quick,
We'll
Nicole.
take a
that'd be great.
10-minute recess. Step down. We cannot discuss your testimony.
Yes.
Alex stole it as well.
We're gonna turn the sounds up a little bit.
I'm not a camel.
Yeah, we're just trying to link up with Nicole on the burner phone right now. Here we go.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
All right, just 1 second here.
There's a lawsuit.
Just trying to connect here. Just 1 second. I've got you, Nicole, but I just need to connect you through my audio system. Okay, hold tight here.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. Hang on. Okay, Nicole, can you hear me yet? Yes, I can. Okay, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Just hold on. I mean, I can hear you, but they can't.
Alex stole it.
How about now? Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, we got your audio.
If it's easier, I can do Zoom. I just can't do it with video right now because, yeah.
No, we're good. I
it
got
would
your.
frighten everyone.
I got you now. We got you live. All
right.
Thank you. Everyone's up and saying yes, please, Nicole. How much were you able to listen to today?
Oh my gosh, the whole thing.
Awesome.
I'm not working today. I'm staring at the screen.
That is awesome. What? Take it.
Yeah.
Start from the top. What do you think?
Well, I'm honestly, I guess I'm surprised, but not too surprised that people are just brutal now. He's lying. He's guilty. The presumption of innocence is like the foundation of our justice system in our country. And a lot of what people know about this case is what's been portrayed in the media. Dateline 2020, whatever specials they put on about the Murdaugh murders and, all that stuff. And the problem with that is that you're looking at a very skewed view. I've had cases that were in the media before, and I can promise you that things that come out in news reports and, just in stuff like that, stories, they are so far from what's really going on, you'd be surprised. And, I feel for the guy because, he was an addict. Yes, he lied. I don't think 100% of his lies were intentional. I'm not talking about the money. I'm just talking about on the day of, was I at the kennels? Was I not at the kennels? There's people who get pulled over for speeding and lie, right? That doesn't make him a murderer, right? It makes him nervous, right? You get nervous, like, oh, if I say I was there, they're going to think I did it, and then, the guy's an addict. He's in a traumatic situation. And, back in 2003, I got in a horrible motorcycle accident with my husband. And the amount of painkillers that I was taking, it would kill an elephant. And there's so much that happens that you just can't remember. Your brain tries to piece it together. If you throw trauma into that, it completely scrambles your brain. So people will be thinking, oh, if that was me, I would simply do this. But unless you've actually been in a traumatic situation under the influence of opioids, and a traumatic situation like what he was going through, you don't know what you're going to do. And I just don't think it's fair to judge someone based on what they said or did in that circumstance. Unless somebody is completely calm, cool, and collected, that would be more concerning to me. The fact that he does make mistakes is not concerning to me. because it doesn't mean it's rehearsed. It means he's trying to remember and he's making mistakes.
Okay.
People who lie tell the same lie.
Does it concern you at all that he seems to have some information very well down? Like he knows that the phone was, down between the seats at the grandma's house, that he stopped there for about a minute and that's what he was doing. Is it a problem that he remembers those things but doesn't remember others?
I don't know. Honestly, the motion to me comes off as genuine. There are times when I can tell he's playing to the jury. But the times when he's crying over what he saw and his wife and his son, those seem genuine. Yeah. And just speaking from personal experience, and I kind of told you I've been through a traumatic, incident. Right. When you try to remember something, you think it's one way in your head, but then somebody shows you something and it's a different way. If you think about it long enough, remember, he's been listening to the testimony, he's been seeing the records, that actual memory may come back to you.
Okay.
So you would go, oh, that's what I was doing, or oh, that's what I did. This isn't like putting your keys down and forgetting, right? These are big events, but something that traumatic can completely scramble your head. And where you think that you may have made a phone call or gotten off work at one time, until somebody shows you something that, oh no, you got off work an hour later. You go, oh, okay. It didn't affect the timeline, but he was certain he was off work at 5:30. Once they showed it to him, we go, okay, I was off at 6:30.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
let me take that because we know that he filed an alibi, right? He said this is why it wasn't me, and
right.
I think there's going to have to be some explaining at some point. Maybe if either on direct or on cross, but there are details in the alibi that are not matching with what the story is telling now.
Not necessarily. Not if you put it, again, you're working off the presumption that they died before 9. So yesterday, the guy that works the cell phone data for both the state and, the defense, he was a defense witness, but worked with the state, right, in their forensic unit. He said there's data that could have been there that may not be there, which is bad. Mm-hmm. But he also said somebody manipulated that phone at 9:31. We know he wasn't there at 9:31, and we know the phone was there at 9:31 on the scene.
I'll have to go back and look at that. I don't know enough about that one. I must have missed it when it came through.
He testified that there was a screen. Yeah, the screen backlight went on or off, or there was an orientation change. It was right exactly at 9:31 and 44 or 45 seconds, something like that.
When it should have been on the side of the road, right? Was that
right. Alec his GPS showed him somewhere else.
Okay.
So, and he was asked that, where was your GPS? Or where was Alec pursuant to the GPS? The problem with that is if anybody manipulated that phone, and it could have been a chicken or a dog for all we know, but something manipulated that phone.
Right.
The problem we have is we don't know what happened from the time the video clicked off until the 911 call. But it's not up to the defense to prove he wasn't there. It's up to the state to prove he was there.
Unless he has
and
this
right
alibi.
Now they haven't.
If he's saying this is the alibi, he filed an official alibi saying this is why I can't do it. He has to assert that. That does become his burden.
And he has. Right, and he has. And he said, I wasn't there. So then you have to look at, as a juror, you have to look at this. The state has told you the gun was loaded with these 2 types of ammunition. And that's how it was when they seized it. But that was a lie. The guy committed perjury to the grand jury in that regard. They lied about blood spatter being on the shirt, and they disseminated that to the press.
Yeah, that was
if
Owens,
they had
right?
Good,
Agent Owens.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a train
wreck. If they
wreck.
had good evidence, right? If they had good, and everybody's forgetting that he actually admitted to lying to the grand jury, not just once, but like 3 times he admitted he lied to the grand jury. So if the state has to prove its case, and its case is based on a foundation of lies, you can't believe anything the state's giving you.
Well,
how can you rely on it?
I'm going to have to look at some of those things you brought up. I thought, from my memory, and I think a couple of people in chat are saying that basically the backlight came on at 9:31 on the phone, which could have been another call coming in or something like that. It doesn't. They're saying it might not have been.
But it wasn't logged that way.
Yeah,
no, it wasn't logged that way. And I think that from my memory yesterday, the witness testified the only way that would happen is if somebody hit that button, the side button.
Okay. I'll have to look at that. I'll take you on your word on that one. The one
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't want to be called a murderer now. I make a mistake.
I've been wrong many times. The thing I still have trouble with is the 17 seconds of him pulling up and getting out of his car and running and checking the bodies and checking the pulses, trying to flip Paul over, running back and making the calls, which were made from the Bluetooth, the phone connection with the car.
Right.
That seems like he seemed like he glossed over that, and he's like, "Oh, I don't know what happened right then," type thing. That seems convenient for him not to remember those details.
It is convenient, but I will tell you that being an owner of a Suburban, if I put my Bluetooth on my phone and my windows are down, you'd be able to hear me 4 houses down. I'm on 3/4 of an acre, and you'd hear me 4 houses down. It's that loud. It's really loud. So he could be on that 911 call and actually maneuvering right in front of the car, and he would be able to communicate with the 911 operator without a problem. The Bluetooth is really outstanding.
Outstanding. This whole day is just amazing. I wanted this to happen, and we're getting what we want. We are surprised a little bit. I think he's performing very well. I think he knew that he would be a good witness on the stand, and that's why he went up there. I do see genuine emotion from him, but we also know we've had testimony that he's able to do this and has done this in the courtroom for his clients on demand, basically.
Right. And I can see when he's changing. When he looks at the jury and he starts talking to him about something, you'll see a shift in the way that he talks. And that shift from him trying to manipulate the jury with, what he's saying, as opposed to that raw emotion of him and his son. Look, there are really good actors out there, and I just can't see that guy being that good of an actor.
Yeah. We're going to have a little bit more. I don't know how much longer he's going to have direct examination here. I don't know exactly what they're going to cover. It's probably going to go for a while, probably right up till lunch. From your change hats here briefly and look at the state's job on prosecution on cross. What would they have to do now? What should they do with Alex on this cross? How should they address this, or how should they, begin to attack this new testimony?
Right. If the state was smart, they would not come out the way they did with some of the experts. They would come out softly and gently at first, and then start to get a little bit more push. When they come out rude like that, with his emotion, if he breaks down and starts crying, they're going to feel pity for him. Whether or not he deserves it, they're going to feel pity. Oh, he's getting beat up on. So I think the state needs to very slowly and carefully go through certain things and say, okay, well, why did you say that? Why did you do that? Did you lie to these people? This person was your friend and you took their money, and, they're going to have to go around it that way. I don't see money being the huge motive here. Maybe something else was going on behind the scenes. Right. But, they're going to have to go through, they should, at this point, they should just give up on the motive, to be honest with you, because it just completely detracts from the case. Yeah. But they need to go through with, hit the timeline and say, where were you at this point? Where were you at this point? Why were you here? Why did you lie? Right.
The money is all they have evidence of, right? So this is the only thing they can go to where they can say, and here's the receipt type thing. Here's the proof. They don't have that with the murders, and so it's very.
Well, they have the opioids, I guess, but the family saying they knew about it seems they did.
Yeah.
Especially if he was in rehab in 2018.
Yeah. So Rockin' Dawkins is saying, who does Nicole think killed them? Do you have an idea? Just to guess.
Again, I told you I was approaching this case as though I was a juror. The state needs to prove its case to me. So far, the state has not proved its case. In murder, they've proved he's definitely stolen money and he should go to jail for that at Club Fit, for sure.
Nicole, as always, your input has been great. The judge is just coming back now, so we're gonna return. Thank you so much. I appreciate you jumping back on with us. We will connect again.
Yep, I'm here anytime.
We disagree on some things, but that's the beauty of this. Thank you, Nicole.
We agree to disagree.
Yes. Okay. We'll have a good one. Catch you later. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Big thanks to Nicole for coming on. I know there's people who wanted me to ask a million questions, and I apologize. I wanted to get Nicole's take on this. I know we disagree on several things. Nicole and I disagree on some of the facts, and maybe one of us might be mistaken, and it could very well be me. But thank you so much, Nicole, for coming on. Appreciate that. Matthew Harris.
Bring the jury.
If you can share on your feeling here. I'm not sure if you want to call in or not. I heard you're recovering still. If you don't have a voice, I don't want to try to make you speak, but if in chat, if you can share something, please let us know how your thoughts on how the state needs to come out on cross. That would be awesome. There's no way the prosecution can do that. Reason being how the prosecution has treated every witness so far. And thank you, Nicole, for coming on. A big shout out. We are very split in here. I'd say it's probably about 50-50 as to where we stand with Alec. Maybe that's a little generous. Maybe it's more 75-25, one way or the other. But we definitely have people from both sides, and that's okay. I appreciate everyone being civil with each other. We like to have respectful conversations, and this is the place to do it. Let's stay nice. We're friends after this, even if we disagree. so thank you all. This is what we were waiting for. And Matthew, did you win your hearing?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alec, you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. Okay.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except with so much blood. But
there, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. Do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else?
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them
Right.
seen all these records.
You, well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high-velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
I don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where did you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus in Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started, stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
No, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it.
Okay.
But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get data off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently?
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was, there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, 401-402.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
That means Creighton's going to cross.
At that point in time, I knew, since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags, that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
Two weeks
It
ago.
was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. And, you know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased.
Was overwritten.
On Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes,
like
sir.
the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip. But, I mean.
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
Where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And that, how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial service?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Mags. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
And so, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and.
That's right.
Okay. And Liz.
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad, and I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad is Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days? In Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So, she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed at this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
They look real. I mean, that's real snot. I think there's real tears, but he does seem to be able to switch back and forth very quickly.
On the morning of June 16th.
That just means he's
Wednesday.
He's better at it than I am.
I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Okay. Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Why did he ask the qualifying question there? Why don't he just say,
I've
never taken a tarp in my dad's house?
Blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Is he going to try it on? That's what Nicole was asking, right?
Did you did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and
okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. If you could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left, and what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left, and what time did you go to the office?
We have been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably. Okay. 10 o'clock maybe, at the latest. Okay. Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think it said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now you've seen all these records, what does it look like, what time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug States Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that there, you know, we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet, and so when you use it, it creates a, like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them, you know, your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is States Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, you know, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
You know, I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. I mean, it went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, you know, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short-sleeve button-down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short-sleeve button-down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short.
Just
sleeve.
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
Can we ask
No.
now?
As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is interesting. Every time there's
It's a matter of public record.
a discrepancy.
It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test.
It's a matter of public record.
Filed in this case, yes, sir.
That's a weird.
The objection is overruled.
Every time there's a discrepancy between his
I'm
story
well aware that my clothes
and someone else,
never
they
became
were
an
wrong,
issue
unless
in
there's
this
evidence,
case
and then he
until
was
my
wrong,
lawyers
mistaken.
proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
Right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Couldn't. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? Well, we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be the, all right, so the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So your clothes. Yes, sir.
Last question.
Last question before lunch.
So were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return at
Tish has gifted
in an
membership.
hour and 15 minutes.
I don't think we have anyone available to receive them. So if anyone is not a member, all they need to do is click the link to enable gifts on this channel, and I think there's some gift memberships waiting to be claimed. Tish and others, I wish I could remember everyone who's been gifting memberships today. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yes, the link here, let me show that. The link is about to pop up. Wait for it. There we go. You click that link, you move the little slider bar to the right, and it enables gifts on this channel.
What's that? 240? Recess to 240.
2:40. Okay, that means we're going to start probably about 2:15. That gives us a little less than an hour. I'm not sure if Matthew has recovered his voice or not. Matthew, if you can let me know. If you would like to, we do have some non-members. We have some, but I'm not sure if they've changed the setting. And a couple of people are having some trouble. I know MB is one of them. Tea Time on the Mountain just was able to get the changes made and received a gift membership. Welcome, Tea Time. I think there's still 3 gift memberships that might expire here in just a couple minutes that no one's claimed. So if you haven't turned that on, now's the time to do it. We'll stay gray forever. That's all right.
Testimony. Again, where he was staying, where his clothes were, what his conversations were.
Wow, we've never had a talking head on this channel before. That's interesting. Matthew's at a meeting now. Okay, I thought he popped back in. We'll see. Let's call him later. Okay. He's recovered enough to call in? Yes. Okay, thank you for that. When you see him, I guess he knows. I'll just pull Zoom up so that he'll be able to connect that way. If I can get it to work. Back to meeting. There it is. Okay. We'll just keep that up. And then if anyone, Matthew, if you need the Zoom link or anything, reach out to me on the burner as well. Okay, so it's lunchtime. We're going to start about 2:15. They're going to come back at 2:40. So we're going to have a little bit of time here to talk about what we think about this. I am surprised at my reaction to his testimony. I feel like part of me wants him to get completely roasted by the prosecution. And part of me is believing what he's telling me. It's the most bizarre situation I find myself in because I was fairly convinced of his guilt early on. Even the circumstantial evidence, the reasonable inference, I believe that he was guilty. But man, he's covering everything, and even I mean there's still some holes for me, but I'm hypnotized, says Rowdy. Yes, Creighton is going to cross. He's the one who made the objection. The person that objects is the one who's going to be crossing. The witness doesn't have to face multiple attorneys from the same bench, so they only get get questioned by one. But it will be Creighton, so it's probably going to be forceful. It's probably going to be spicy. We know Creighton's got a style that can get loud in the courtroom as he paces around, and you're going to see a lot of arm pointing and stuff as Creighton does. For those of you who don't know, Creighton also has a cover band where he plays guitar. So you can imagine him doing that as well. I don't know. What I want to see is how Alex Murdaugh's demeanor changes under cross-examination. If he also gets hostile, or if he's, is he going to pull like a Tinsley under cross, or is he going to be more like, who was the last witness that was a good example of this? It was completely level across the board. I don't remember the name, but we've had a couple of them in this trial where they were just easygoing, just like kick back. Portland Trailblazers TV just gifted a membership, and Janice Craig, congratulations, you received it. Spicy maple bourbon? Yes, spicy maple bourbon pickles. I strongly recommend it. Scott, so you feel not guilty or in your gut or just from the trial? Let it be summer. I'm conflicted right now. I'm honestly conflicted. I have a strong, like deep in my heart, conviction that it is wrong to send someone to jail or to prison for a crime that they did not commit. I also feel it's wrong to send someone to jail or to prison for a crime that the state cannot prove someone committed. Now, I realize that allows people who did commit a crime and the state can't prove to go free. But I would rather have that happen than have a guilty person go to prison. Okay, so with that out there on the table, I'm sitting here watching this, and I don't believe Alec. Okay, I believe he's lying. But the way he explains things, the way he's answering things, his story, his timeline of events, his sequence of events as they happened and what happened, I have to look at it and say, could it have happened that way? And is there reasonable doubt that occurred? And so even though I'm looking at him saying, why is he lying type thing, at the same time I'm thinking, I might not vote that he's guilty. That's where I'm at. I'm trying to keep an open mind as well. So I think Alec will crumble under the cross. You don't overthink it. I'll have to sit back and think, well, this will be like, I'll have to sit down with a jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles and just think this through. I didn't like that Alex Murdaugh glossed over the fact that, those 17 seconds, he's like, oh, I'm not sure what I did. Somehow I went to their bodies and back in the call. That thing. It's like, yeah, it's convenient because that's the part that we have hard evidence of, right? And this bugs me as well. I said this briefly. Every time that there's a discrepancy between what he said happens and what other people have said happens, he's thrown the other person under the bus. Blanca, she was wrong about the shirt. The housekeeper, she was wrong about the tarp. Those things, they're mistaken. They throws them under the bus. The only times he says I was mistaken was when there was physical evidence or a digital evidence that says actually this did occur. So you've got him on the video, his voice. Yep, that was me. I lied about that. Sorry, that was my bad. Yeah, I didn't show up at work at the time I said it. It was actually this time. Yep, you were right. And so he's saying that I made a mistake anytime you can prove it, and if you can't prove it, they made a mistake. That part I don't like. It seems too convenient for me, and that part of me says, liar, liar, pants on fire, as loud as I can. Case should be thrown out regarding Coplane's grand jury. Agree, says back to the left. I think that's a serious concern. Whether or not they can throw it out, I don't know. But Mr. Owen, I have to. Mr. Owen's mother passed away 2 days before he testified. That guy was not in a good spot, and I don't know if he was just flustered or what, but his testimony was a train wreck. That doesn't change the fact that his mother had not passed away 2 days before he filed the information with the grand jury. And he filed information about the blood splatter on the shirt, I believe, and he's filed information about all the guns being loaded with mixed shells, which they weren't, and things like that. That's a concern. And if that's the only evidence the grand jury considered to charge Alec with this, we've got problems. Pathological liar. Lindsay Hendricks says, Recovered, did you catch Alex's demeanor change when Creighton objected last? My word, I am worried about this cross. They both hate each other. I know the jury can feel that tension. Lindsay, this is a spiciness we're going to watch for. Hopefully the judge doesn't have to come down and hold the two apart from each other. The bailiff won't be involved. What I see Alex doing right now is putting on a performance for the jury. And that's exactly what Creighton does as well. And they do not share the stage well, either of them. They both are the star. When they're on the stage, they are the star. And so when Creighton takes his turn and stands up and starts asking questions, you can bet from the get-go he's going to be getting the jury's attention focused on him, okay, the way he wants it. And Alex is going to be fighting the opposite. So we're going to have these two, unwitting co-stars of this show, and it's going to be epic. It's going to be amazing. My background image went static. Holy cow, it did. What happened to that? I think my camera died. I will fix it. Now it's dark. For those that don't know, I use a GoPro Hero 8 Black as my back camera. which now is stuck turning off. So I might have to fix it on lunch. Thank you for that 6-volt. I'll get that fixed. Let's go ahead and take a break for lunch. We're going to be back at 2:15, so I've only got 45 minutes. It's going to be awesome. Can you see a link in this chat that says gifts? Yes, Koski, if you're able to open that link in Safari, if you're on an Apple device, it may work for you. Who thinks about lying to cover his own tail with dead bodies of wife and son at his feet? I don't know. I can't say he wouldn't do what I did, so it's wrong. But any viable suspects related to the boat accident? I think all of them were cleared. Let it be summer. They looked at those people and said basically there was nothing there. You have to keep in mind that Creighton is also the one trying Alex's 100-plus financial crimes, at least the ones indicted by the state grand jury, since that's Creighton's area.
I'm not a camel.
Oops, I'm not a camel. There's sound effects back up. See y'all later. I need to go food hunting. Good luck, Abby. Good luck with that. I don't remember things that hurt me. Grabbing some more cookies. Mrs. R.A. actually headed to the store. For those of you that are familiar with this, Weather Watch and I, Thomas, have a podcast. It's going to be tomorrow night at 9 p.m. on the same channel. As last week's podcast, the first one, as we went through that, I agreed to try something. I agreed to try Oreos and spicy maple bourbon pickles inside. And Mrs. R.A. went to the store to get me some Oreos, and I think she got them. So we are all set to do that on the podcast tomorrow as one of the fun things we're going to do. Anyway, let's see. Let's do this. I've got to fix my camera. We've got to get everything sorted. I've got to take some lunch as well, and we've got to get back here in time because 2:15 we're going to start again. We're going to have an oracle. An oracle, is that what it is? Don't sue me, Sun Microsystems. After being crossed, he may just wish that he'd listen to Booty Toot. I don't know. It seems he might win. Creighton might fold. Anything can happen at this point. We'll see you guys afterwards. Thank you. For those who are not able to join us on the second half of the show, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We will be back at 2:15. Thank you to everyone who is new. Let's say thank you to all the many generous members, subscribers on the channel who gifted memberships like they were candy at Halloween. They were flowing all over the place. We have so many people in green here because of it. Thank you so much. You are amazing. You mean the world to us, and you make it all possible. So thank you. We really appreciate it. We'll be back. We'll do this for the second half starting at 2:15. Thanks, guys. Have a good lunch. We'll see you. Now I don't have a camera to go to right now. It's working. Okay. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in a bit.